Okay, we're live. It's me, and it's Shelly, and I'm really excited. I was just thinking about how much I missed Shell, for one, and then I was also thinking how I have been really slumpy lately reading, and so I was like, well, we should do some sprints, and then Shell's like, okay. So it's kind of impromptu, planned yesterday, and I'm glad you're here with me. How have you been
Yay.
doing?
I have been doing.
What have you been reading lately? Because we haven't talked about reading in a while. And you haven't been. Oh, somebody was actually saying, Jean was saying, I haven't seen Shell in a long time on your show. You are missed.
Aw, thank you. Um, I've been reading a lot of politics lately. My
Mm.
son told me all I read is politics and porn.
I mean, it's
I
accurate.
was like, okay,
Two peas.
sure.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
mean,
kid.
he knows you pretty well.
I was slightly insulted.
Were you?
So then I started reading Foundry Side.
Yeah. You're joining us for the read for Bookstara. That's awesome. Is this the first one you've no, you've joined us for others, haven't you?
Nope.
Wow. I feel honored.
Because most of the books that you guys have read, I've already read by the time you guys.
That's true. That's a good point.
So, like,
Good point.
I joined all your like shows and everything because I'd already read the books.
Plus, you don't like reading series where the series is not finished yet. So we have read
That's
a
another
couple of
thing.
series. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I did not read the Bone Saga because the series has not started yet. I
Not
didn't
even
feel
close.
keen into it. So I was like, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm good. I have too
So
many of those.
give us your thoughts on Foundry Side.
It was really good. I enjoyed it. It made me really nervous at times. As I've gotten older, I like the anxiety from books much less. I have enough anxiety in my real life that reading books that have constant levels of tension.
Yeah. Which I love. Yeah, I love that.
I don't. I used to read a lot of fantasy and stuff, but
Gosh, you and mom are
yeah.
so similar with that. Like she's the same way. She has to put books down because she gets too like she's like, I can't read any more of this today.
I've done it. I didn't have to do that with Foundry Side, but I have done that within the last like year or two. There was books that just had me so on edge all the time that I had to put it down. So
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and this I will say, Foundry Side is definitely really action packed. Like it's a good pace. Like that thing, she paced that book really, really well. And you go from one action sequence to the next. It feels like, or at least one tension building sequence to the next. It feels like, for sure.
yeah.
So, what are you reading now, Shell? That you're done with Foundry Side?
I am reading The War of the Worlds. Because anybody who knows me knows how much I love classics.
She does not love classics. So, why are you reading The War of the Worlds, Shell?
Because it's on my 100 essential books list.
Shell got the 100 Essential Books list, so we both have it. But she doesn't like classics. But she likes lists.
I'm also reading this.
Oh, how is that?
Really, really slow.
It's a big book.
Yeah.
You're doing two at once?
This I've been reading for months now.
Oh, that's a big
This one
book.
I actually just started after Foundry Side today. So I'm almost done with it. It's not a super long book.
Okay. Yeah, no, World of Worlds is nice and small. Yeah. So everyone else, tell us what you're reading, and we're happy you're here to be reading with us. Really excited. I'm reading Foundry Side. I'm just about to the point where I'm ready to chat in the Bookstara chat for the next chapter section. But I'm pretty close to the end. I'm doing pretty good. Actually, I'm not doing well. I've been really slumpy lately. So all of 2025 so far. I just haven't been doing a good job reading. I've been doing a lot of politics following, and then the opposite of that, which is nothing, like watching New Girl or watching, swiping on reels and stuff. So, and being sick. So I just, I'd like to feel like a normal human being again. One of these days. One of these days. We'll see.
Leeches.
Huh?
Nothing.
Are you talking about my bloodletting?
Oh, how are you liking it? I actually have read that.
You liked Don Quixote, didn't you?
I mean, I didn't hate it.
Hmm.
I probably give it 3 stars. I think that might be the highest I've rated a classic, other than maybe Watership Down. But I didn't hate it. It yeah, no, it was good. Parts of it were good, and it was interesting how much you can see today that came from it.
That's cool. I think this is a reread for Nicole, isn't it? That's a big book, isn't it, to be doing a reread for? I feel like it is, if I remember correctly. Hi! Hi, Lilieve. I'm finishing a short romance, Once in a Blue Moon by Micah Rossi. Is it any good? Having a good time with it? I haven't heard of it before. I'm finishing up Deep End by Ellie Hazelwood. What is that one? Have you heard of that one?
I think I saw it in the library recently.
Is that the one that everybody's saying it's so like some people were complaining that it's too, sexy? Oh no, this is the pool one.
Can a romance novel be too sexy?
For some people, yeah. There's definitely people who like less sexy. A competitive diver and an ace swimmer jump into forbidden waters in this steamy college romance. Okay, maybe that's not the one I was thinking of. How much of Allie Hazelwood have you read, Chelle?
2 of her books, I think. Yeah, it was fine.
Just fine, or did you like them?
I mean, I liked them. They were romance novels.
Yeah. Hi, Manny. I'm reading We Solve Murders by Richard Osman. So how is that? I'd like to hear how that is compared to the Thursday Murder Club series, because I've only read the first Thursday Murder Club book. I love that. I want to read more, all of them. But I'm curious if, now that Richard Osman's gotten into other books, if they're comparable. I'm halfway through Layer of Dreams by Libba Bray. Did you finish that series, Chelle?
Of course I did.
Yeah. Why did I even ask that? You like the whole series. I know you didn't like the first. I know you didn't like it as much as I did, like the first one.
No, I didn't like it as much as you. And I think the 3rd book was my favorite.
And the 4th book is the book that everybody hated, I think, right?
I don't think everybody hated it. It was probably a little more controversial than people expected it to be.
Okay. That's interesting. That's intriguing.
Not controversial. Like, I just mean, like, there was definitely factions of people who either really liked it or like couldn't believe how it ended. Like, it was mixed feelings on the ending of it.
Okay, that makes sense. It's a reread. So I thought, okay. And I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to hear that because, yeah, I've heard really good things. That's another one. It's a very long one. And I still have some pretty big classics on my shelves that I need to get to Les Mis first. I need to, but those ones will take me a while.
Okay, Les Mis is much harder to read than Don Quixote.
But I really want to read Les Mis. I love that story.
Don Quixote, I could mostly understand. I have to have the cliff notes with Les Mis to like read after I finish a chapter, so I could be like, "What the hell just happened?"
Is that on our list?
Yes, it is, and I'm like halfway through it.
How many books on our list? You're really trying hard to get done with this before me, aren't you? Well, I mean, we knew that was going to happen.
I'm pretty sure I have more done than you.
Oh, I know you do. There's one I haven't scratched off my thing. I think it might be. Is the Time Machine on there?
I don't know.
If you don't know what we're talking about, Chelle got me this for Christmas? Birthday?
I don't know. It was a long time ago, Amy.
And it does have the time machine, so I haven't crossed out the time machine. I've read that. Oh, what are you gonna do when you have to read War and Peace?
I have Crime and Punishment on my Libby app right now. That
Are you
was what I
going
was
in
going to do
order?
next. Yeah, for the ones I've missed.
Mm-hmm.
I only have 2 left on the top row.
Oh, which ones? The Story of My
Uh,
Experiments with Truth? No, that's the
yeah,
Gandhi one you're reading now.
that's the Gandhi one I'm reading now, and then I think the Nelson Mandela or the Malcolm X one is next.
Malcolm X, yeah.
And then I've read everything else on that top line.
Hmm.
And then I only have 1 left in the second line.
Long Walk to Freedom?
Yep, and that's on my hold list.
Wow, you're good. Yeah, you're definitely way further along than I am.
It's
All
okay.
right.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it more than I have.
I didn't love the time machine, so we'll see. No, but yeah, I probably will enjoy most of them more than you.
I liked Watership Down. That was surprising.
I've heard really good things. I've heard that's a
I
really,
think
well, a
I
lot of
gave it
people really
4
like that,
stars. I think
which is very surprising with Chelle and classics.
it
Yeah,
is.
and it always seems to be the case that the ones she hates, I love, and the ones that I hate, she doesn't mind.
Pretty much.
Oh,
So
Deep in
you'll
Bailey
like
has
Les Mis and you won't like Don Quixote. There you go.
probably gonna like Don Quixote. So the Deep End just came out by Ellie Hazelwood. Oh, Lily Eve is really enjoying the short story. Hello, Diana! She's reading Scythe and Sparrow. That's the Butcher and Blackbird sequel or the third book in that series. I do gotta listen. I've heard the audiobook of that series is really good, so I'm thinking about listening to that. It's Jenny! Hi! I'm reading There Are Rivers by Rivers in the Sky by Elif Shafak. I think I've read one book by Elif Shafak during one of my Christmas things.
I don't think I've heard of it.
Not this book, but The Island of Missing Trees. That's the one I read. But this author's been prolific lately. A lot of books. So hope it's going well for you, Jenny. It's a different vibe for sure. Still quite a lot of humor. All the Thursday Murder Club books keep getting better, in my opinion. Okay, well, I loved the first one, so that's a good thing. My daughter read Les Mis in French in school last year. That's a hefty book for French. I mean, to read in French. That's rough. I definitely vote for Les Mis. Where's this vote coming from? What are we voting for?
We'll see. We'll see.
I really liked Crime and Punishment. I've heard really good things about Crime and Crime and Punishment. I've heard great things about that.
You hear great things
Hello.
about a lot of things I question.
I know. You can't take my judgment at all. I mean, that's not at least not on classics.
The Mysteries of Udolpho. I'll never forgive you for that one.
I don't think did I tell you to read that? Oh, it was one of those ones
Yes.
where I was picking your books for you, but I didn't think you'd like it. It was one of those ones where I was like, I'm gonna make Chelle read this. No, I hadn't read it yet. And it was
You
one of those ones
hadn't.
that I wanted to read. That was when
Yeah.
you were letting me pick your books for you. And
Yeah.
I'm not as fast of a reader as Chelle is. So I would make her read the books that I wanted to read, which is not indicative of whether I'm going to like it or not, anyways. So there's no real point to that. But, thank you.
Yeah.
And I really liked The Mysteries of Udolpho, which, did
Yeah.
you think I was going to like it?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, and it made me love Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen that much more because it's such a pivotal referential book that she uses in Northanger Abbey over and over again. She talks about that book a lot.
I think that's like the worst book I've read in years.
What?
It's worse than almost all of these books I've been reading for this list.
mean,
That was the worst. So hard to get through.
oh, I love that. That's fun. That's fun, Shell. I'm currently reading The Book Lovers by Emily Henry. I need to read more Emily Henry. I've only read Beach Read, and I did like it. I didn't love the ending, but I have other Emily Henry books. I just haven't ever gotten around to reading
I want to say I read that, but I don't know.
them. Give me 1 second. Wipe my nose.
Oh yeah, I read Beach Read,
Do you like
not
it?
the other one. I gave it 3 stars, so it was good. I was like, I recognize that name.
Yeah. Are you enjoying it, Book Lovers? And Nadeem says, yes, it's a good book. So far, I'm enjoying it. I've heard Book Lovers, a lot of people who like Emily Henry think Book Lovers is one of the best of hers. So, hey, Alicia. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I don't know if we're naming classics you should read next, Amy. That's my vote. You know, I tried starting it. Not that I was bored, just that I was, my problem is I start a whole bunch of books when I have other things I need to be doing, right? So, like, that's a problem when you need to spend time with a book. And Les Mis is one of those books that I need to spend time with. So it's not a book that I can just read to try to get through it, not to get through it, but like read to try to help me with like a challenge or something like that. So I soft DNF'd it. I didn't DNF it, but I was like, I'm going to wait until I can actually give this thing time. Because it was tricky. Like, the writing was tricky, but it's still like beautiful writing. And I love this. I love the story of Les Mis. Like, it's my favorite play. I love the story.
I've never seen it.
I can't believe that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've
You're my
always
best
known it was
friend.
depressing. I've always known it was depressing, so I've
It's like,
never watched it.
it's so good, and it's the most beautiful. Like, I can't listen to that music without crying.
And why would I want to subject myself to that when I can go watch Hamilton or something that's going to make me feel happy? Well,
It's a
I cry in
beautiful
Hamilton
cry.
too, but
It's a good
Hamilton, I
cry.
only cry during like 2 songs.
Well, you could have emotions for even longer than that.
I don't want emotions for longer than that.
Well, Manny, I'm gonna take you up on that at some point. At some point.
After I finish it and rate it, then she'll read it.
And then I'll be like, you're wrong, Chelle.
Yeah.
What did you rate Lord of the Flies?
I don't know. I don't know. Lord of the
Did you like that
Flies.
one more than me?
I liked it way more than you.
Yeah. Sorry, my nose is a little.
I rated it 4 stars.
Ooh.
I don't know if I've ever rated a classic 5 stars. Ever.
It would be fascinating to find a classic that you would rate 5 stars.
What classic do you hate the absolute most?
I thought it was Lord of the Flies.
I haven't read it since high school, though, so maybe if I reread it, I'll like it more.
You might. You might.
I'm not going to try. Let me have my memories of actually like enjoying the one classic in school I was forced to read.
Mm-hmm. Diana says, I think the worst classic I tried to read was Wuthering Heights. Lord, it was painful. And I actually liked it because it was drama. I didn't love it.
I don't think that's on our list, so I don't think I will ever have to read that.
No. It was drama. The most dramatic, like, you're just like, oh, these people are bad people. Bad people. They were all bad. Every single one of them. They're bad people. And at first I was like, what the hell am I reading? And then as I go further and further, I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I reading? And I'm like, oh, what am I reading? Because, can't help but be a little intrigued by the drama. But
so what you're saying is it's a trashy reality show, like
100%. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like a trashy reality show. Yeah, totally.
I'm good.
Let's see. Yay, I'm glad you are. I don't remember what I am anymore. Oh, that Nadim is enjoying it. When not was. Okay. I just finished my viewer book for the TBR game, The Giver of Stars by Jojo Moyes. Was it really good? I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, everybody's loving those. I have to change my book that I chose for the viewer prompt because this is the 4th book in the series, not the 2nd.
I was going to do your viewer prompt last month, and I had checked out the book and everything, and then I forgot.
It's okay. You know what? I haven't read any of my books for my TBR this month because I'm still working on the books for my TBR from last month. I have not been reading. It's been pretty bad. So I've got work to do.
On the plus side, I'm up to date on all of my podcasts.
Good job. That's awesome. I don't know if
That's
I'm
what
up
I've
to
been
date
doing
on.
instead of reading.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's a weird time. I want to reread it, so let me know if you want a buddy read. That would be awesome. That would be a great one to buddy read. So I will let you know. But remind me, Manny. I don't know when you should remind me. I'll write it down. Let me write it down so I don't forget. Because I'll forget. Okay. This is exactly. Yeah. Luckily, Chelle doesn't have to read it because I wouldn't even say that she would enjoy it, even though it is like a trash fire, dumpster fire. What is it called? Is it called dumpster fire when something is like trashy, like that?
Sure.
Hello, Mac. How's it going? I'm reading it for the booktube prize. It's fine. Is it already booktube prize again time? I didn't think it was time for that yet. I'm kind of surprised. Like, I feel like that just, I guess time's flying by. I forgot what was your prompt. Your prompt was to read a bookish book. Any book that you have that's bookish, talks about books, talks about characters of books, will work for that. And I got to figure out a different one. The other thing is, what I didn't think about is because I picked this for my Z, for the last name Z, but his last name is Ruiz Zafon, not just Zafon. So it actually starts with an R.
You can read what's that romance author with a really slow build
No,
that we
I don't
weren't
want to
sure we
read it.
liked?
No, Mariana Zapata. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Don't make me do it.
I
Her books are
know,
like
but
500 pages.
I know, but you wanted to read a second one to see if your opinion still was the same.
I think it is. You're right. I should try it. You should always give things a second try.
I was going through my Goodreads list today and I saw the book that I had put on for me to read a second of hers, and I just took it off. I was like, I'm never going to read it.
I'm not gonna. There's so many other books I'd rather read. I'm probably not gonna read a second. Did you read the same one I read?
Yeah, we both had the same opinion.
Yeah, not good. But a lot of people like Mariana Zapata, so don't listen to me necessarily because my opinions aren't the same as everyone else's. I loved The Giver of Stars. I've heard of that book, but I don't know anything about it. Oh, right. I'll have to see what I do for that. Oh, bookish book. Let's see. Have you read anything? I haven't. I do want to read The Book Thief at some point, but I'm kind of like, I have not been reading well lately, and I'm going to run out of time quickly. So I think I probably should pick books that are shorter. And The Book Thief is really long, but I've heard great things. So I don't know. Manny Lamez, buddy read. Let me write that on my thing so I don't forget you, Manny.
You still have Robin Hobb books to read before that one.
Don't think I don't know.
I think I'll remind you once a year until we read it.
I kind of want to reread the first one in that
Amy,
sub-series.
we'll never ever finish the series if you start rereading shit.
We will. We will. Just when we're in our 50s. Like, what's wrong with that? I read The Neighbor Favor by Christina Forrest for the viewer prompt. the main characters are an author and an editor. That works out perfectly. I haven't heard of that or the author at all. I hope it was really good. Let's see. Hello! Just joining after getting back from dinner. Hopefully dinner was great. Jean, I already told Chelle that you have been missing her, and this sort of helped prompt this because I was like, well, I haven't talked to Chelle recently. She texted me out of the blue. We have one of those friendships where we've been friends for so long. How many years now, Chelle?
Longer
Do the
than
math.
we've been. Yeah.
Longer than we haven't been alive, or no. But we have one of those
15
friendships where,
years?
yeah, we've known each other for so long. No, it's got to be more than that, right?
Well, we met when I was 16. And I'm 41. What's 41 minus 16?
Math. I don't have it right now. My brain is not doing quick math.
I don't even know.
25 years, you dork.
That's what I meant.
I was like, this
I knew
doesn't
it
seem
was
right.
5. That's
So,
what I meant.
We have one of those
More
friendships
capital.
where, like, nothing will ever change, even when we don't get a chance to talk to each other as often. So, but Chelle texted me out of the blue. It was great. And Jean had said, I miss seeing Chelle on your channel. And I was like, hey, this is perfect. I miss Chelle too. So let's just do some sprints.
I'll have you know that I texted Jezzy that same message, and she had never known that either. She also thought it was plants.
Okay, everybody tell me, but don't say anything, Chelle. Tell me,
Okay.
let us know what flora and fauna means to you. What does flora and fauna mean? What do each of those words mean? Flora means, fauna means. What do those mean?
Don't Google it. That's cheating.
Oh yeah, don't look it up. Don't cheat. Just give us the top of your head. What did you learn from books? What did you learn from school? I'd like to hear. And in the meantime, Gina's going to tell us that she just finished role playing. Oh, that's a book by Kathy Yardley. Plants and animals. Fauna is animals. Flora. So here's the thing. Jean and Manny went to schools in different countries than we did.
All right, I'm going to give you that.
Oh, Diana says flora is plants and fauna is animals.
So, okay.
Diana says flora is an animal. Flowers and animals.
Here's the thing. I have a very weird childhood. I did not go to school until 6th grade. I have a very weird childhood, and I've read books my entire life. I've been fascinated. And there was no Google when I was a child.
That's true.
So I've always assumed that flora and fauna was different plants.
Really
and
cute,
it makes
actually.
sense in all sentences, okay? It still makes sense when somebody says flora and fauna that they mean flower and bushes or whatever. Like, I never...
Yeah.
And, you know, by the time that Google was around, it never occurred to me to Google what it meant. So I actually did not learn that fauna was animals until yesterday. In which I texted Amy to say, oh, guess what I just found out?
It's like you're texting the biology person and you expect me not to giggle a little.
I totally expected her to giggle because I assumed she knew that. And I just never did. So I texted her and my younger sister. And my younger sister is the same as me, apparently, and also did not know that fauna was animals.
I'm trying to think of, like, I know that I've taught that to kids myself in class, like, in elementary school, but not necessarily because we had a lesson about it, I don't think, but because it came up in a book and I was explaining to them, flora means this, fauna means this. So when you see fauna, you think of the animals, but I don't know if we've actually have lessons like that in... But you should have learned that in high school. Like, what happened with your high school biology teacher? Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if I learned it in high school either. I don't remember. It's just so long ago.
Yeah,
25
so
years
it was
ago?
just... I actually learned it on BookTube from somebody reviewing a book, and I was like, because he didn't know it either, and Googled what flora and fauna was. And I was
That's
like,
pretty cool.
holy hell, I am 41 and did not know that fauna was animals.
It's kind of cool to still learn things when you're, like when you're, like, things that you thought you knew for a really long time. I like that. I think that's pretty neat. I thought that was adorable. It was adorable. Absolutely adorable. And made me laugh. Interesting. interesting. We were sent to wilderness camp to find flora and fauna, I think in the sixth grade. Middle school. Okay, middle school makes sense. Interesting. That's awesome. I think that's really cool that you learned something new.
I did. And weirdly enough, sentences still make sense.
I know, and that's the thing about reading too, right? Sometimes you don't know how words, you've only ever seen that word in a book, so you don't know how it's pronounced, and then you
Oh,
say it.
all the time. All the time. A lot of words I've only learned through books, and I get, oh, that's not how you pronounce that. I've only ever read it.
Yeah. I guess there's certainly words that we don't use in our daily dialogue.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
say words, and Nathaniel's like, I don't, what does that word even mean? Nobody ever says that. I'm like, all right. Apparently,
Speak
that word is no
colloquial.
longer
Speak
used.
speak colloquial, Shell. Don't talk like a book. That's cute though. Yeah. No, I think it's fun. I think people are never too old to learn. I agree with you. Learn something new every day. Yeah, I do, and
Oh,
that's the nice thing about being a teacher is I learn a lot.
I actually thought it was, I mean, it was funny to me that I had never known that that's what that meant, but it was also really cool because I was in the middle of another book by the same author who used that phrase a lot. And like, as I'm reading it, I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, so we're meeting animals here. And I was just like, oh, that's kind of
And I told Shell my association has always been deer because fauna, I think of fawns, I think of deer. So like when I picture flora and fauna, I just picture plants and a deer, even though I know it's more than a deer. But that's how my brain does that automatically, which is strange, but that's just the thing.
well, Murderbot Diaries. Lots of mentioning of flora and fauna.
Oh. Have you well, of
And it
course you've
makes a
read
lot
that.
more sense that the fauna tries to kill you.
Yeah, that does make sense. Let's see. And truly I'm the kind of person that will totally admit when they don't know something, which shocks my coworkers considering that I work at a bank. Yeah, I think it makes you a more trustworthy person, but also like I don't know, just a more approachable person if you can admit when you're wrong about something. Because like, why not? Like, it's okay. That doesn't make us a weak person because we don't know every single thing there is to know. Yeah. No, I like that. Okay, should we sprint?
Yeah, I
You're
think I
looking.
can
You're looking
finish.
at War of the Worlds and you're debating.
No, I'm almost done.
Well, why don't we go to the top of the hour for the first one? Does that sound good? Oh no, we'll go longer than that. Let's go. Let's go to 15. Let's make it a long sprint. Okay, let me see what the last. The number of times I've had to say, "Tell me what that means to you." I love that. Tell me what that means to you. That is awesome, Jenny. Okay, we are going to sprint until. Oh, let me put the banner up. 15, and we are going to start now. So happy reading, everyone. Good luck. Hopefully, you make some good progress, and we'll see you in a little bit. Hello, welcome back. How's everyone doing? How's your reading going? Did you make any progress? How's it going?
I finished The War of the Worlds.
Ah, and
Yay!
final rating?
3 stars.
All right. Did you listen to the audiobook or did you just read it physically?
I actually read it.
Okay. I don't know how much I love old sci-fi. Gene wants to know what everybody's reading. Somebody says the phrase, tell me what that means. I immediately feel like I'm getting it wrong. Hello, Margaret! Yeah, dang it. That I guess it's a good time to pause. I was reading Mutual Interest by Olivia Wolfgang Smith, a very tart and sassy queer histfic so far. Good, that sounds fun. I hope you're enjoying it. Sounds like it. Jenny read 2 chapters. I don't remember where I started, but I made it to the next stopping point so I could talk about the chapters a little bit. And then I'm in the next section, and stuff is happening. Exciting stuff. Let's just say, Chelle, changes have taken place.
Dum dum dum.
Manny read it. I made it to 45%. That's awesome. For old sci-fi, you can't go wrong with Isaac Asimov. Yeah, and I haven't started anything by Isaac Asimov yet. I do have Foundation, right? Foundation, the first book, I think, but I haven't yet. I'm up to 85%. That's awesome. Congratulations. What are you going to read next, Chelle?
I don't know. I'm gonna fluctuate between Gandhi and I don't know, maybe Night Render by Jody Meadows.
I've never heard of that. What's Night Render by Jody Meadows? Ooh.
She's a young adult fantasy writer. I've read one of her series, and for a young adult series, I actually liked it quite a bit. So I figured I'd give another one of her series a try.
How do you spell Night Render?
Night, Render.
That's how I spelled it. Didn't want to come up. Jody Meadows. Jodi?
Jodi. She wrote, I think, I don't remember what the series is called. Asunder, Awaken.
I see it. Oh, it's one word, Night Render. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, cool cover though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Elsa,
New Soul.
hello.
Ah, the series was New Soul. That was it.
The series that you read.
Yeah, New Soul. It's very different than what the titles are, so it took me a little bit to remember.
And you said you liked that one. What was it about?
Um, it was a fantasy world where all of the souls on it kept being reincarnated. And they remembered their reincarnated lives. So it was the same people, never anybody knew, being reincarnated over and over and over again every time they died. So after thousands and thousands of years, they all knew each other. And when somebody died, they wait and see who was born. And you'd always have a different body, a different gender. And then all of a sudden, the soul that was supposed to come back wasn't the same person, and it was somebody new.
Oh, weird.
And so then everybody freaks out because their friend for thousands of years is gone, apparently, never to be reincarnated. And all of a sudden there's a new person. Does that mean they're all not going to be reincarnated now? Like it's, yeah. So it was a very interesting story.
Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
About her, the new soul.
Did you read, how long ago did you read that?
I read the first book decades ago, and then I finally reread the first one and the other two last year.
Okay. I feel like I've heard of Jodi Meadows before, but I'm wondering if you talked about her. Maybe.
Maybe she's got really pretty covers.
Yeah, I agree.
But
So
yeah,
Elsa's
it was an
here.
interesting concept.
Yeah. Oh no, that sounds like a really cool concept. I like
Well,
that.
yeah, think about it. Like they would know that they're reincarnated like as soon as they were born almost, so you never have children anymore, really. The
Mm-hmm.
people being born have memories of their past lives. So childhood, and then you have somebody born who's never been alive before, so nobody knows how to handle that. Like to teach them to like eat or do anything is so weird because you've never had to do it.
So they didn't physically grow?
They did. They
Oh.
did. But it's just that their memories are there.
Hmm.
So
That is
like
weird.
you don't have to be taught to read. So she was never taught to read
Mm-hmm.
because like yeah, it's an interesting concept. It was young adult, so there is some like stupid tropes that you kind of have to get through. But it was so interesting I decided to try another series.
Okay. And have you started that one or no? No.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, but it'll be a lot lighter than Gandhi.
So do you have a goal for trying to get the board done?
No, I just figured I'd actually work on it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. You're definitely a lot further in than I am now, but that's okay. Elsa says, I barely joined in time to read anything, but I'm reading Great Circle by Maggie Shipstead. How are you liking that, Elsa? I really am so intrigued by that book, and I don't know why, but I really want to read it. Not sure I'd start the foundation, though. iRobot is a good starting point. Yeah, okay. Okay, then I'll make sure I start. I think I'll go in order. I'll look it up and start where I need to start when it comes to Asimov.
Old
Reading,
sci-fi is definitely harder to read.
yeah, and I don't know. I just like when I read The Time Machine, I just was not excited by it. Just it has a very similar feel every single time. When I've read
Hmm.
other older sci-fi like that, it just has a very similar feel to it. And older books like that work for me, but for some reason in sci-fi, I don't connect as well. I don't know. I could be wrong. I haven't read a ton, so it could be lack of experience as well. I'll be curious to read War of the Worlds and see like comparing that to the Time Machine. See what I think.
No.
I'm reading The Dead Romantic. I need to finish it so I can get it off my shelves. Is it good? Because I'm interested in reading that one too. Like I forget about that one and then I read the synopsis. I'm like, oh, I need to read that one. I've already forgotten what the synopsis is. But I remember like every time I read the synopsis, I'm like, oh yeah, I do want to read that one. Romantics by Ashley Poston. I haven't read anything by her yet. Um, Florence is the ghostwriter for one of the most prolific romance authors in the industry, and she has a problem. After a terrible breakup, she no longer believes in love. It's as good as dead.
Fair.
It's too long of a. It's too long of a. I can't remember what it's about, but I think I remember being interested. Just hopped on. Hey, Nat, Natty. I paused there for a second. My brain just like bloop. I'm excited to use these prints to get some quilting done. Oh, that's awesome. And Margaret said, oh, yay for quilting. Maybe I'll try another loom square. Have you ever done quilting, Chelle? Your mom has.
My mom has crocheting is my limit and cross stitching.
Hmm. I have a cross stitch project that I never get back to.
I have a lot of those.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Foundation is a complex story, a space opera, but not much character work. But iRobot and the rest of the robot series is an easy read. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'll read that
I
someday.
haven't read Asimov. I think I've read William Gibson.
I've heard of William Gibson. Excuse me.
Yeah, I read Neuromancer.
Oh, how was that? Oh, you didn't like it.
No, I gave
You
it
didn't
two
like it at all.
stars.
That's right. I remember. What did you read that for?
I don't. Probably a book you picked for me.
You're probably right. It's so surprising, but Chelle doesn't ask me to pick books for her anymore. I don't understand it. That was when my prompts were so difficult, and I had so much fun picking your books for you, but we had to like search for things because the prompts were really complex, and so just like picking random books.
Yeah.
That's not on my want to
Although,
read list.
although there was some books that I probably never would have heard of or read, and I actually really loved them. Like the Year of the Puma or whatever that book one was that I actually like loved was
Wasn't
one
that
that you randomly picked.
was that Isabella Allende?
No, that was a different series I read. No, that was
You're the Puma. What was that for?
it was I don't remember.
Was that a
I don't even
South
know if that
American
was I don't
author?
even remember if that was the Puma Years is what it was called. The Puma Years, a memoir of love and transformation in the Bolivian jungle.
Oh, probably
Like,
for a South African author.
yeah.
South American
And
author.
I loved that book. I gave it 5 stars. It was great. Never would have heard of it. Never would have picked it up. But I loved it.
So
So
I was a
there was
bittersweet book
there was some
chooser for
good.
you, wasn't I?
Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, you were. Oh, there was one book that you gave me that I hated more than The Mysteries of Udolpho.
Was it one I read or not? Didn't read.
No, it was that like over 1,000 page book from it was one of the hard prompts that we picked. It was like a book that was over 750 pages or 1,000 pages or something, and it was from
It
like
had to be from
a
like
different country or something like that, and it
and there
was
was only
just
one option, or
yeah
like
that we could
yeah.
find, and it was so hard to get through. God, what book was that?
I I commend you for trying. You know, like you
I read
tried.
the whole book. I read the whole
Oh,
book.
I mean, like
I
with the
did.
books that I set you up with is what I mean. Like it wasn't a surprise when you were like, nah, I don't think I'm gonna do it anymore. I think I'm gonna read
What's that
my own
book?
choices now. 20.
2,666. That was the
Oh, I
book.
want to read that. I've heard it's so good.
oh, oh man, that book. That book was hard.
I've since heard that.
Of
If it
course,
was on the it was on the 100. It was really high up on the list for the like low on the list, meaning like close to the like number one. It wasn't number one, but it was really like the New York bestsellers, 100 books from the century.
1,128 pages.
You know.
I gave it 2 stars.
Huh. Oh, I do want to read that one.
I bet you do.
Okay. Elsa says I'm 20% in Great Circle and liking it so far. I'm surprised at the amount of sexual content for the 12-year-old main character. Since I'm also reading a lot of middle grade, it seems strange. That would seem strange. Ugh. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Oh, wait. What are you reading? Oh, Dead Romantics. Okay. I feel like there's too much going on for such a short book, but I have friends that would love it. I think it's just not the best book for me. I totally get that. Diana read 42 pages. Really enjoying the two main characters. Awesome. That's great. We're having a major snowstorm, and all I keep thinking is, I could DoorDash ice cream. I mean, when you're craving it, you're craving it. See, Diana says, LOL, Jane, that's too funny. And Natty says, hot take, ice cream when it's cold out is better than ice cream when it's hot out. Do I agree?
But I don't like the cold, so I don't agree.
I know, I keep trying to get Chelle to move up here to be close to the one she loves. And
Minus that my son lives here.
but he would move up to Washington in a heartbeat because he likes the
I don't
cold.
know. I don't know. He's
I
dating
know.
now.
What?
Yes.
I'm gonna kill you for
Yes.
telling me that.
Probably. He won't tell me much. I had to like force it out of him on his first date.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's getting so grown up.
I had to throw a whole temper tantrum to get information. He would not tell me anything.
He's always been weird about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for him. That's really fun. Glad he's dating. Hope he's having fun with it. Still wish he'd move up here. Because if he
I
moved up here, then you'd be more likely to come.
I know her first name and what she looks like.
So that's it, huh?
And only because she works at Safeway.
Young love. Hmm. Hot take. Ice cream when it's cold out. Oh yeah. I don't know if I agree. I don't mind having ice cream when it's cold out, but it actually changes my body. Well, I don't know if it changes my body temperature, but it makes me feel cold. Just like when I drink cold drinks, makes me feel cold. Or when I drink hot drinks, it like warms up my body. So then I start sweating. So I know that that's not supposed to be the case, but it does like alter my feel of my body temperature for me. So I don't think I would. It makes me cold, but I will still eat ice cream when it's cold. But it's better when it's hot because it's more satisfying. But that's for me. That's just my own opinion. Yeah. Okay, so tell me about the Gandhi book so far.
I got nothing.
You've been reading it for months now.
I just mean like what's to tell? It starts as him as a child and it's going through his life.
Okay, so it's not written by him, is it? Is it an autobiography?
Yeah, it's an
Oh,
autobiography.
oh,
So I'm at the part 2 where he returns to India after he goes to college in England.
okay.
And yeah, I don't know yet how it's just his life. So far, I found Ben Franklin's life more interesting.
Oh, because how did you like that book?
I liked it.
Autobiography of Ben Franklin.
I liked it. It was interesting. Mostly because, you hear stuff all the time about what the founding fathers of America like believe, and like people will argue like the points of the founding fathers. But you can tell most of them have never read anything about them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like, I haven't heard this argument used, but this is really what he believed. So that part was really interesting.
Yeah.
It kind of made me want to read a few more of them, but I haven't done that yet. I read Lafayette's book after Ben Franklin's,
And
which is interesting as well. Sometimes nonfiction can be interesting. Weird.
yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at this thing trying to think of like what's actually going to happen in a reasonable amount of time.
I have to
Not
read the
much.
the Red Rising series again.
Have you read that series?
I've read I've read some of them and I remember really liking them, but that was another one of those series that I started before it was finished, so I've never picked it up again to actually finish it. So I just have to reread the whole thing.
Hmm. You're doing a great job of de-influencing that challenge. Which challenge? Oh, this challenge? This one? I'm excited about it. Just not gonna happen like in a reasonable time. Well, see, the thing is like, Chelle will read all the books just to read the books, like just to be able to scratch them off the thing. So I'm not concerned about her doing it. She's going to be do a better job of doing it than me. I just, like she said, I'll just enjoy it more. But now I really want to see if we can find you a 5-star classic. That's going to be the new challenge. The real challenge.
Good luck.
Everybody in the comment section down below, give us a classic that you think non-classic lovers could most likely love. Because I'm curious. I want to see which classic will be a 5-star. Yes, 5-star classics, but they have to be classics that are not most people's favorite. Male romance.
Yeah, there's not many classics like that.
She doesn't love sad. She doesn't like sad books. So that's a really big important factor when it comes to classics. She doesn't like sad books, which many classics have very sad aspects too. What are some of your favorite classics? The only ones she's given 4 stars: Lord of the Flies, Watership Down, now Don Quixote.
I think I gave that 3 stars.
Oh. What other ones?
I didn't mind the Jules Verne book. I don't think I gave it 4 stars, but it wasn't
20,000
bad.
Leagues Under the Sea.
No, I didn't read that one yet. I read the one that's on our list. Something Island or something?
She hated Rebecca. I love Rebecca. That's one of my
hated Rebecca.
She does not like Gothic novels, clearly. Because she didn't like The Mysteries of Udolpho. Surprise, surprise.
I looked it up. I rated The Mysteries of Udolpho less than 2,666. So apparently I like 2,666 more than The Mysteries of Udolpho.
I'm shocked. I'm not shocked. Most people don't like a lot of people nowadays don't like The Mysteries of Udolpho. It was big in its time. Mine would be The Count of Monte Cristo.
We have to read that. That's on our list, so I will be reading that.
But so you may not love it, Chelle, but I will love it because it's definitely the drama. Ooh, I love the drama. I love the drama. But Chelle might like it. Oh, I had one, but it's a bit sad. The Charioteer by Mary Renault. Maybe. Yeah, Rebecca's not going to work.
Heard of it.
Martian Chronicles. Who's that by? Okay, I'm still looking for this. Who do you read again? Oh, The Romanov Sisters by Jules Verne.
No.
That's what's on here. Is there more
Top
than
row, I think.
Oh, The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne.
Yeah, that one wasn't bad. I probably gave it 3.
Her they weren't 5 stars, they were 4 stars. Her 2 4-star classics were, well, all of a sudden I forgot. What were they, Chelle?
Lord
of the Flies.
Classic. Lord of the Flies. I already don't remember.
Watership Down.
Oh, did I give that 4 stars? I didn't even check.
I was going to say As I Lay Dying.
Oh, yeah, I did. I gave it 4.
She won't like As I Lay Dying or East of Eden.
East of Eden is John Steinbeck, right?
Yeah, she doesn't like John Steinbeck.
The Grapes of Wrath is one of my most hated books of all time. Freaking chapters on the turtle. The chapters on the turtle.
I just remembered it doesn't have a sad ending, though. Oh, I second Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury. Gene Sickens. So here's the thing. I did not like. No. What was the one? The Halloween Tree?
Oh, I know. I'm planning on reading Fahrenheit 451 soon.
I think you'll like that one.
I have that on my list.
I'd also be interested to know, did you read, what's the Big Brother one? 1984.
1984. I rated it 2 stars, but I don't know how long ago I read it because I thought I remembered liking it okay. So, I don't know. I might have to reread that one at some point.
You might like 1984. I don't know. You might not, but I think it would be an
I
interesting
thought
game
I
to read.
remembered liking it, but when I checked on Goodreads, I rated it 2 stars.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Well, I didn't like The Halloween Tree by Ray Bradbury. I could not. For some reason, his writing did not work for me. So maybe you'll like Ray Bradbury's writing because we have
I'm gonna
opposite
try
taste.
Fahrenheit 451, so we'll see.
I think I
It's a
remember
fairly
liking that in high
popular
school, though.
classic.
Yeah. I would consider The Handmaid's Tale a classic. Have you read The Handmaid's Tale?
And I won't. I'm sorry.
I think you'd like it, though. I think you'd like it.
I think there's some troubling content in that one. I don't know if I could get through it unless I had to.
I don't remember if it was very descriptive, though. It's been a long time since I read it, though. I didn't. It was very middle of the road for me, but I think the content is. I just think it's a topic that you would be interested in, even though it would make you angered. Animal Farm. I've heard great things about
I've
Animal Farm.
I've wanted to read that.
I need to read
That
it.
would be a classic that I've actually wanted to read. So
I need.
I think that actually might be on our thing as well.
It's on our list. Yeah, it is. I haven't
Yeah.
read
So
that one either. I've read a couple other George Orwells that I really like, but I haven't read Animal Farm. Let's see. Jean read. I read in the Fahrenheit 51 in the 7th grade. It might be a little too close to what's actually happening right now. Yeah, but that might actually be interesting for Chelle.
see, I would the political part of me would probably find that interesting.
Yeah,
So
she'd want to read that right
I
now.
actually have that on my list to read soon.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people really loved. I remember reading it in high school, I think, but I don't remember it well. I would have to reread it to remember anything about it. Frankenstein?
I gave Frankenstein 3 stars.
She's a tough, she's a tough audience, y'all. She's a tough audience. I agree with Count of Monte Cristo too, but it's a long one. Mac hated 1984, but loved Animal Farm. It's really short. You can read it in an hour or so. That might be it. That could be a contender. Animal Farm's a contender.
I will be reading it.
And Fahrenheit 41. Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. It's a short one.
I've never heard of that one.
Jenny says, based on the fact that I hate both of your 4 stars and also hated Animal Farm, you'd probably like Animal Farm. I think Animal Farm is the one. Yep. That's gonna be Chelle's 5-star. That's our 5-star prediction for you for your classic.
All right. All right.
You're gonna have to report back.
I'm gonna put those higher on my list. Actually, let me see if I can check it out now. Animal Farm and Fahrenheit. I'm already on the wait list for Fahrenheit 451.
And throw Count of Monte Cristo in there too.
It's on my list. I just was gonna do Crime and Punishment first.
No, that's your.
I think I've read Count of Monte Cristo a long time ago. I just don't remember for sure. I know I watched the movie.
Have you read any Arthur Conan Doyle?
Of course.
You didn't like any of that?
I love Arthur. I guess I don't consider Sherlock Holmes a classic.
How could you not consider that classic?
Because I actually like those.
Oh my gosh. It's genre fiction, but it's still a classic. That's classic. What are you talking about? Ew. Okay, so you've already got everybody.
I don't know if hold on. I'm gonna check real quick.
I could also see Candide. I've heard of Candide. Who's Candide written by?
The Hound of the Baskervilles. 4 stars.
So still 4-star, not a 5-star.
The Complete Sherlock Holmes, I gave 4 stars.
Still 4 stars. Dang it. Voltaire. Ooh. Voltaire.
I know I've read more than that, but that's all I've on Goodreads.
Hey, Candide's really short too. Did you read which play was that? Was it Antigone? No, it wasn't Antigone. Interested to know what you think of Animal Farm now. Lord of the Flies is one of my favorite books. I also didn't like Rebecca.
Hey, we're closer.
Yeah, Agatha Christie is also classics. Totally.
I have read quite a bit of Agatha Christie way before Goodreads was a thing that existed. So I honestly don't know what I would rate them nowadays. Since Goodreads existed, I think I've only read one and I gave it 4 stars.
Unbelievable.
But I always did love
Unbelievable.
Hercule Poirot. Again, I read Agatha Christie when I was like 11, 10.
Yeah. I mean, so like
But I don't
that I don't
remember
know
what I
if I
rated
would
it.
count it as much. I mean, I count it as something you've read, but like not as like a
I don't remember. I loved it then, but I read whatever I could find back then. So
yeah.
I think I've only read Death on a Nile anytime recently.
I don't know if Chelle would like Gulliver's Travels. I loved Gulliver's Travels, which would make it seem like Chelle wouldn't love it.
I feel like I've read it. I am almost positive I've read it, but again, it would have been before Goodreads, so I haven't scratched it off. I plan on reading it again. I don't think I liked it.
Yeah, I know I loved it, but it's very um well, it's funny because that it's like touted as this kids children's literature and it's not. Um I love it. It's hilarious, but it is political also. Like, well, so many of these older books have these older classics have very strong political themes because they were written based of like socially and politically what was going on in the times that they were created. And Gulliver's Travels very much is a what is the word? I can't think of the word right now. I'm just not wording very well tonight. But like, like when somebody's kind of making a mockery, like the like that when they were trying to make a mockery of status quo by using satire.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
satirical.
that's it.
Gulliver's Travels super satirical. That's the word I'm looking for.
I, I had it too, and I was like, wait a second, I can't remember the word either.
Thanks, Manny. Yes, satire. It's a word that I it was not coming. Did you like any Shakespeare?
I didn't hate all of Shakespeare. I can quote still most of the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet. But did I love Shakespeare? No. I think probably my favorite would be maybe Midsummer's Night Dream.
I can see that. You're very whimsical when she
But
allows herself to be. It's Amanda. Hi, Amanda. I'm glad you're here. She never read Agatha Christie. I haven't read anything by Agatha Christie yet, but I'm kind of waiting for a reason. But
I
oh
think
well.
I read the murder
On the Orient
Death on the
Express.
Nile. Well, I've read that, but I don't remember Death on the Nile because of they had the movie come out or whatever, and I wanted to see it, so I wanted to read it again because it'd been so long since I read it.
Yeah.
So I still liked it.
What about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
I don't think I read that. Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking Shelley seemed to like satires. I mean, I guess depends on what kind of satire. Is Watership Down kind of satirical?
Yeah,
I mean,
kind of.
I guess Lord of the Flies is, but it's not my kind of satire. How about The Hobbit?
The Hobbit I gave 3 stars.
How about Lord of the Flies?
You mean Lord of the Rings?
That's what I meant. We've just
I
said
love
Lord of the
how
Flies
I
so
love
many
how
times.
I know what you're thinking. Uh, Fellowship I gave 4.
Yeah, I liked them better than The Hobbit, actually.
Yeah, Two Towers I gave 4. Oh, Return of the King I gave 5. So I did. I think because I really enjoyed the part of because I watched the movies. I think before I read the books,
I think I
possibly
did. I think I did too, but I don't know for
can't
sure.
remember. Or I read them soon before because the whole scene with Merry and Pippin at the end of Return of the King I thought was done so much better in the books. Well, it didn't exist in the movies, but was so good in the books. I really loved that. So I think that's why I gave it 5 stars. An additional piece that we didn't get in the movies.
Classical fantasy. Classical fantasy. Did we
Well, if you
talk
want to,
about classical fantasy at all?
who would you consider classical fantasy?
Like the Black Cauldron and stuff like that. Like what was that guy's name? That's not the first book in the series. The first one is the. I didn't love it. It was okay. It was young. Like that was written really young for young kids. Um, what are some other? I mean, there's lots of classical fantasy. I just can't. Ursula K. Le Guin. Have you read anything by Ursula K. Le Guin?
No,
I have one
maybe.
of her books, but I haven't read it.
I
Yeah.
read Mercedes Lackey, however you say her name.
Mm-hmm. What are some classical fantasy writers? Fantasy classics. Narnia. I just read that for the first time a couple years ago.
I have read the Narnia series many times.
Did you love it? I would consider that a classic for sure.
I've read them so many times. I don't know. Yeah, I've rated them 5 stars, I think. Yeah, I consider them like go to reads. I've read them many times over the course of my life.
Did you did you read The Last Unicorn?
I've seen the movie. I did
No.
not read it.
Let's see. Elsa thinks if you like romance, did you read anything by Jane Austen?
I have read in school, I was forced to read Emma, I want to
Which is
say.
like so far my least favorite, but so you might like it. Well, you that was a long time ago though.
Well, I read that in college.
I don't know if Chelle would like Jane Austen that much. How about Alice's Adventures in Wonderland?
I have read that. I don't know what I gave it. I've read through The Looking Glass too, forever ago. Those books I've read before Goodreads existed.
The Wonderful Wizard of Oz?
I never liked the movie that much, so reading it has never
Hmm.
appealed to me.
How about The Princess Bride?
That I have read.
You liked The Little Prince.
I do like The Little Prince.
I did not like The Little Prince. You liked The Little Prince. Did you give it 5 stars?
I'm looking right now.
This just goes to show you that when it comes to anything I like, she's bound and determined not to like.
5 stars.
Ah! The Little Prince. Shell gave The Little Prince 5 stars. There we go. We still have to find more, but you know. No, Agatha Christie. No, I haven't read Agatha. Not yet, but I will be reading Agatha Christie. I know it's. I know. Yeah, came in this combo and have no idea what we're talking about. I just like The Hobbit, and then Manny said we're trying to find 5 star classics for Shell. Yeah, Shell does not like classics, and neither does Amanda, but she likes Narnia. She DNF Pride and Prejudice. What about dragons? Like, so yeah, she's read
I
Anne
do.
McCaffrey. You've read like that whole series, haven't you, or most of it?
Most of it. Yeah.
The little wait a sec, the little prince is sad, Chelle.
I actually don't know that I find that sad. I
I
yeah, I
just
don't I don't know that I find that one sad.
it was
I
definitely not.
I do tend to like philosophical books, weirdly enough.
Did you read
I
Siddhartha?
oh, forever ago. I think I read that one in college too.
So good. I feel like you could like that one.
Like I really love like Life of Pi and The Little Prince and those kind of books.
And Life of Pi was not my favorite. It wasn't horrible, just
Yeah, I gave that one 5 stars too.
how about the picture of Dorian Gray? No, I don't see that
No,
picture.
I did not like that one. I did
I'm
not
looking at
like
the
the picture
list
of
now.
Dorian Gray.
Hmm. So,
I
looking at a list.
Yeah, The Little Prince. I mean, I guess you could see it as sad, but I guess when we're talking about like I don't like sad books, like I had a really hard time reading The Color Purple. a
Which was
really
so good. I think I gave that 5 stars.
and it's good, but I having a choice, I would not read it.
Have you read the the fried green tomatoes? I can't remember the name of it, the official name of it. By Have you read that one?
I don't
By
think
Candy
so.
Flash? I kind of think you might like that. It's tough topics and stuff, but I don't know. I think you might like that one. I can't remember the full name of it. Fried green tomatoes.
I
It's
like eating
emotional and
green
also,
tomatoes.
huh?
I said I like eating fried green tomatoes.
I'm curious if you would like that one. That's a classic. That's a classic lesbian author. Um, A Little Prince made me tear up in class. So I can't. I don't think I, for the first time, read the Lorax, and I don't think I could read that to a class because I sobbed when I read that frickin' book. So I commend you, Manny, for reading it to a class because I don't think I could read the Lorax. Let's see. Fried Green Tomatoes, the Woodstock Cafe. Thank you. Thank you. What do you think about that one, Mac? Because you and Shell seem to have similar classics taste. If you liked it, then she might. Part of me thinks she might, but I've been wrong many, many a times. Medea. Have you read Medea by Euripides, Shell?
I have.
What do you think about
I
that one?
think. I think I've read it. It's Greek mythology, so I tend to
I
like
feel
Greek
like you'd like
mythology.
that one.
It's been a long time. So before Goodreads. I
That
don't know
one
what I read
is
it.
short,
I
and I
know.
kind
I
of
have
think
read
you'd
it.
like it.
I did a play on it in drama class in high school.
Oh, really? Would
Hmm.
That's one that you and I both have liked. I'm assuming you liked it.
I tend to like Greek mythology,
I know, I
even
know.
though I
Did you
shouldn't.
read? Did you read the Iliad? And
Again, before
mm.
I had to have been 10 or 11 when I read them.
All
So,
right, it's been decided. Fried green tomatoes, Shell.
can I try Animal Farm first and
Yeah,
Fahrenheit 451?
yeah, totally, totally. All right, we should probably sprint. This has been
Probably.
fun. Okay, let's go. Let's do another 45 minutes. We'll go until 45. Let me fix my banner. Okay, and we're gonna start. Happy reading, everyone. Hopefully you get some good progress or have dinner. Or it's kind of late for that for everybody, I think. Have a good evening. Not a good evening. Don't go away. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy whatever you're doing and or reading. We'll see you soon. It's been a
I think
while
I'm
since
so
I've done.
weird.
It's been a while since I've done sprints. Can you tell? I am awkward. I don't know how to talk anymore. All right. Good luck, everyone. I'm blushing.
Ow.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh,
Woohoo.
turn this lights off. How did your reading go? Did you make it further? Are you in an exciting part of your book? I am in the excitement of the book. I mean, it's been exciting for most of the book. Like I said, this is an action-packed book, but
It
so
is.
much is happening at the end. So much is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And a prediction I made early on is proving to be even more correct than I predicted. I'm like,
Oh,
I'm so smart.
you're so smart.
So it's some very descriptive parts,
Mm-hmm.
certain scenes that you're like, ugh, that's making so many faces. Ugh. And I don't get grossed out easily, but it was just very descriptive. Um, you thinking back?
I'm trying to think of what scene you think was super descriptive and gross.
Um,
The husband?
Gravity. Yeah,
Okay,
Gravity.
got it.
Yeah, that's fun. I was like,
I was
oh.
fine with that.
I mean,
I
like,
was
it's fine with
I
it,
was
but
disturbed more earlier in the book.
I was just picturing it as it was happening. So I
Yeah.
was like, oh, ugh. Headed to bed.
Fair.
Good night. This was a lot of fun. Sorry.
Well, good night.
Hello, Jess. How
Bye.
you doing? What are you reading tonight? Nettie says, 53% done with my quilt inspired by Brandon Sanderson's The Way of Kings. That's fun.
I have not read that yet, but I will at some point.
How far have you gotten with Brando Sando?
In the Cosmere,
Mm-hmm.
one of the short stories after the first Mistborn trilogy.
Okay. That's how far you and Mom got, and then,
Yeah, and then we kind of stopped.
yeah. I think Mom went for a while without, like, it was just male romance for a long time. She's reading a little more broadly now, but not much. I don't know what she's been reading lately. I don't think either. No, she's been reading. I don't know. She reads a lot of books on her, um, like, uh, why am I having such a hard time with words? She reads a lot of the KU books.
Mm, I do too. Sometimes.
Bedtime for me made it through daily pages. Awesome job! Congratulations.
Nice.
Also rearranged bookshelves. That's always a job. Always a job. Thanks for the sprints. Yep, glad you came. I'm glad you made some progress. And on Don Quixote, and hopefully your rearranging looks amazing for your bookshelves. Um, how's your reading go?
I am 27% of the way through Animal Farm.
What? We talked so much that you couldn't help it, huh?
I just decided to give it a try. So I'm 27% of the way through.
Oh. You're reading it physically?
Yeah.
Thoughts are so far?
So far, so good. Yeah, it's good.
That's what someone has decided not to go to bed yet. Or you're liking Animal Farm.
I like it so far. It's easy to read. Um, yeah. I won't know how I feel about it completely until I finish it because it kind of depends on where the story's going.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Chelle's reading Animal Farm now after our discussion about 5-star predictions for classics. She's like, I was just clicking off when I heard you say Animal Farm. Yeah, so we're gonna find out maybe at the end of the sprints. See how, I mean, go to sleep, but probably gonna have it done by the time this is over.
I don't
Depends on how
know. I was
I
only
can stay awake.
27% through.
That's pretty far for just that one sprint. That's almost a third. It is a short book. Yes, it is. And Chelle's a very fast reader, so. I got 2 chapters done, and then I switched to my paint by numbers. Yeah, it's really nice. I haven't done any art lately. None. You'll have to update during your next video. We're gonna have to get an update.
Fair.
I love it. Ooh, suspense. Yeah, I'm excited to see if any of these predictions that we have made today will be favorites. Good night. Sleep tight. Hope you have a good evening.
Good night.
I started romance. What'd you start, Jean?
Ooh.
What are you working on? Have I read any romances recently? No. I just haven't read much. I don't know what. Oh, I've been listening to the Blackbird Oracle. Still listening to that. And I'm past where I was when I was reading it last time. And it's so good. And yeah, just honestly still working on my PBR from last month. Because I just can't bring myself to read lately. Which is a bummer. Are you still reading it?
No.
Oh.
I was curious about what romance novel I read last.
I'm wondering if
Random thought of myself.
I think the last one I read was One Day in December. Now I'm curious. Yeah, that's the last one I read. One Day in December by Josie Silver. I really liked it. I haven't talked about that yet because that's in my final Christmas vlog, which I haven't. Yeah. Rule. Marked Men series by Jay Crownover. Oh, don't ruin the blog, but you did finish it. Yeah, sorry. I'm not going to ruin it. Yes, I did finish it. My brain stopped. Marked Men series. I've never even heard of that. That's a romance? Marked Men. Ooh. Like tattooed? Yep, tattooed. Tattoo romances. Got pretty high ratings. I haven't read any proper romances in a while. No, I read One Last Stop by Casey McQuiston. That's wrong.
Would you rate that?
I liked it a lot. Did I give it 5 stars? I can spoil that because that was. I've already done that video, right?
I don't know, because I thought I watched all your videos. I know I've watched all your videos. I just can't remember what you rated it.
I rated it high. I can't remember now, though. I have to go back and I hope I didn't just spoil a vlog. I don't think that was the last book. I didn't get a book for my last day. I got an activity, so I ended up deciding I was going to read One Day in December, which I said in my last video, so it's not like that's a spoiler. I need to get. I finally was like in the mood to edit. So I edited that vlog, but then ever since then I haven't. It's just been busy. I've been really busy too, so it's been kind of hard to want to sit down and edit each night. I'd probably go back to Ashes in the Star-Cursed King. Ooh, fantasy romance. Have you gotten into fantasy romance at all, Chelle?
Um,
Have you,
yes.
like, who?
Well, who do you count as fantasy romance? I mean, they're kind of like combined genres. A lot of fantasy has a romance element, a lot of romance has a fantasy element.
Yeah, but now it's like fantasy romance is a thing, and it's like all these, um, uh, like Chris Broadbent, Sarah J. Maas, all these different.
I have read a lot of Sarah J. Maas.
Did you like it?
I love the Akatar series. Like
Okay.
I love that series. I never finished the Assassin one, but I loved them. I just didn't finish them. I have to go
No,
back and reread it.
you didn't finish the series.
No, and I can't remember if it was all out or what happened and why I stopped. I think one of the books in this series was a little bit slower for me, and I kind of stalled on it a bit, and then I have to just start over. But I loved Akatar. I've read that a couple times actually. I have not read her new series because it's not finished yet.
Is it not the third
I
one?
don't
The
think
second.
so.
Hmm.
I don't know technically.
I kind of feel like
But
you'd
I love
enjoy
Akatar.
this.
Daughter of No
Daughter of No
Worlds.
Worlds. That's the War of Lost Heart series by Chris Broadbent. I'd be curious to hear what you thought about Chris Broadbent.
Okay. I'll add that to my list. Yeah, sometimes I feel like the genres of books are and people get so weird about them too, and I feel like a lot of them they can go anyway. Like
Hmm.
one of the booktubers I just started watching, he's going to be reading Song of Achilles. And I was super excited because you know how much I love that freaking book. So I was like, oh my gosh. And he's like a total bro guy. So
Hmm.
I'm like, the fact that he's excited to read it, I was like, oh, yay. And he called it a romantic fantasy, like a romantic fantasy when he was
Hmm.
explaining the book. And then I noticed that people in his comments were like, it's not really, it's more like, it's like a literary fiction. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Mm. I'm like, all
I mean, I
right.
can see
I
that,
feel
but
like I feel like
yeah,
you can call it romantic fantasy
I think you
and
could call
not
it
be
romantic
like
fantasy also.
and not be criticized for like, oh no, it's not that. It's literary fiction. I'm like, all right, we're being a little bit
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the hard thing, especially now. I think that so many books span a lot of genres that it's really
a
hard
lot
to.
of genres.
Yeah, it's really hard to. Um, the
So many
series that
people
Jean's.
gatekeep that kind of I don't
That's true.
understand it.
It's true. They do. The series that Jean's talking about is this. It's also by Chris Broadbent. This is her more recent release. Serpent. Come on. Serpent and the Wings of Night. The one she's talking about is the third book in the series. But this is a pretty popular current series. It's not coming up.
Well, I will add Daughter of No Worlds to my Goodreads.
Yeah, I want to hear what you think. I haven't read further in the series, but what did I give that one? I really liked it. I gave it. Nope, this is the wrong thing. Daughter of No Worlds. Let's go look at Chris Broadbent. Excuse me. I gave it 4.25 stars. So I really liked that first one. So I'll be curious. Curious to see what you think.
Nora Roberts romance novels have become a lot more fantasy esque.
She
And
has definitely gone. You've read her less
I've read
because of that?
I read her last two. No, I read her last two.
Oh.
Well, not the current one that she's releasing because it's not all out yet, and I don't want to read it till the third book's out.
Hmm.
But the one before that was definitely almost more fantasy than romance, which was really cool. And she also that one not only had the best friend be a gay man who finds romance in the book, but like her like adopted mother's a drag queen. And I was like, go
Oh,
you, Nora Roberts. She's like in her 70s, and like most of her books are not, there's no diversity in them. But like, it's just like she's actually trying, and she's like in her 70s now. And I was like, that is really cool of you to be like, I'm going to just include diversity. And
really try at a time. Yeah.
yeah,
How is she still so prolific? And she's in her 70s.
I have no idea. Well, you got, I don't know how much new stuff she actually writes or how fast they come out. Because a lot of times it can be
She has at least a book
confusing.
a year.
Well, for a while there, it seemed like they were just re-releasing older
Oh, really?
books. Yeah, like several of her books have just gone through like re-release
Hmm.
things. But until this new series, the last one was the fantasy one that I just finally read, the dragon one. And I think that started several years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Hmm.
just thought it was kind of cool.
Getting turned into a movie. I just want to see why Chris Broadbent's series is getting turned into a movie. I didn't know it was, but I didn't think you released that video. So I haven't released my final advent calendar video, and I talk about 3 books in that one. One of the Christmas novellas, the One Day in December, which I already told everybody about in the end of that second, and a book that y'all will find out about in that video when it eventually comes out.
A couple
And
months from now.
I know, hopefully not. It's been tough for me lately. I've been struggling, but I have an endoscopy on Tuesday. I'm so excited. It's been only been 3 months that I've had to wait for this stupid thing, but I'm so excited. And then I was having insurance issues because I just recently switched my insurance, and I get a call from my gastroenterologist on Friday saying, "We're not seeing your insurance." And I told him all the information. She's like, "Oh, well, we have to get it approved. Let's hope it gets approved before then." And I'm like, ah, you know, so I was panicking.
Yay, here in America.
I know. I was panicking. So I think it should be okay. I'll find out Tuesday, the day that I'm actually going to be fasting all day, which is awful because my procedure's not till 4:30. Usually it's better to have them in the morning because then you can just fast through the night and then you go in the morning. Mine is at 4:30 in the evening, 4:30, and so I have to fast from like
Ouch.
6 a.m. until 4:30.
Ouch.
So looking forward to that.
I bet.
Just gonna have to. My problem is that I get nauseous when I don't eat, so I'm just hoping. But like I can have clear Jello or like not certain colors of things. So I can have fruit juice as long as it's not red, blue, or purple. I can have Jello as long as it's not red, blue, or purple. I can have broth as long as it's not fatty. So I could have like, which then it's not gonna taste very good. But I don't know. I'm just a little nervous. It'll be fine. I need this, so I will make it happen.
Yes, you do.
Even if I'm nauseous all day, I will make it happen.
Mm, that doesn't sound like fun.
No, but I've been spending a lot of my days nauseous lately, so it's not anything abnormal. So I'm just so happy. I'm like, please let the insurance, let the insurance work because I can't, I can't wait longer. Like, and if they rescheduled it, what would they reschedule it for? Oh no, 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 can't wait. So that's my
Yeah.
drama, and I'm turning into a vampire.
Uh,
And I may be
oh,
taking part in a medieval medical practice soon. No, I don't know. I don't know. I had some blood test results that show that there are indications that we should look into. Doesn't mean anything, Chelle. We should look
Amy's
into
using a
hemochromatosis,
WebMD.
which my therapist said is good because she's like, otherwise nobody's going to actually try that hard for you. It's true though. That's the reality of it.
Oh man.
So if on the small chance I have hemochromatosis, I would have to participate in bloodletting each month.
And I
And then I
wanted
could
to
do,
like send her a package of leeches, but those things are expensive.
I don't want to be bloodlet by leeches. They can figure out a different way. I'm sure they have other ways of doing bloodletting that don't have to do with leeches. Ew.
Hundreds of dollars to send somebody medical leeches. I offered to go to a nearby lake that I know has leeches to gather some for her and send them, but she was not impressed.
This is what best friends are for. They're so helpful.
I know.
You really were sent on, I mean, like set on those leeches. And I was like, no, I don't want leeches. I know they still use leeches for medical.
They do.
Yeah. Is it
They
not for
do.
this reason? Not for the reason that I just thinking like, oh, it's like a like not a Victorian, is it Victorian? Yeah, a Victorian era novel.
Doesn't it have something to do with some kind of coagulant or something that it's
So
used for, like bloodletting, but because of
yeah, because they have anticoagulant properties.
yeah, so it's something for people who can't get like their blood drawn
Right.
as easily in
So
a different way.
hemochromatosis is when your iron levels are too high, and the only way to really decrease your iron levels is to actually take some of that blood out.
Did you try running a magnet along your skin?
See if like it starts coming together. Oh, we're probably disturbing people hugely right now. This is the kind of conversation we get to. Um, I feel like Jean's just like bringing us back to the books. This is I loved Song of Achilles.
I did too.
Yes, that was
Man, I
absolutely a
bawled so hard. Oh my
same.
goodness.
Sobbed. That is a
Yeah.
sobbing
Oh
book,
yeah.
and that's one that Shell and I agree on as far as 5 stars. I mean, we have other 5 stars we agree on.
Yeah.
Just as long as Leanna, you just came in right at the end of our bloodletting and leeches conversation. You missed it. I find what Nora Roberts as well is their retitle and new covers. Okay, so they've got new titles.
Yeah. They for a while they did this thing where they were marking like her books with like a special like R or something if they were brand new, but even then it seemed to me like they weren't brand new. But whatever. She's still a big comfort read for me. Her new books are way different, but she'll always be a comfort read for me.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I didn't know the blue and red purple thing because I accidentally read Jello. Jeez. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I was looking at the list because I was really. I'm like, because 4:30 is a horrible time to have to fast too, and my original endoscopy, which wasn't until March 17th, was like 9:30 in the morning, which I was like, that's really doable. Did you go to bed? Did you wake up? You go to the doctor. Now I'm gonna have to suffer, but it's worth it. It's totally worth it. I'm happy. Yeah, sounds fun. Oh, it's it's maybe my future reality. We'll see. Which shows I don't know that for sure. I just want the doctors to have things to think about. That's what I want. Like if you don't give them suggestions, they're just not going to try that hard, and it's true. Your solution is just to never go to the doctor, Chelle. So I wouldn't be laughing.
That's fair. That's entirely fair.
Leanna just finished a D&D session. How did it go? Are you do you do Dungeon Master at all, or do you just do Dungeon Master? I can't think. I can't think right now. Like my brain is gone this weekend. I am a shell too. Well, then you'll never get to be bloodlet or have leeches suck, put anticoagulants into your body, Leanna. I mean, these experiences you might be missing out on. You don't even
All you
know
have to
about.
do is find a lake with leeches, if that's really what you want to do.
Ugh, ugh, no, no, yeah, no. Well, see, I'm a newbie. Right now I'm just a player, but really want to be a DM at some point. Yeah, so I have to learn how to be a DM, and I still haven't gotten around to doing it just because, like I said, I haven't been in my best self. I haven't been my best self for a while now. I'm playing a rogue gnome. How cute! That's really cute. Makes me want to play World of Warcraft.
Hmm. Nathaniel and I
I
were talking about that recently.
Mom and I have been talking about it. I got the table cleaned off, but I have to pull the computer up and put it out over there and see if it actually works.
I don't know if my computer will still run it.
That's what I'm worried about. I know my laptop can't. My laptop can't handle hardly anything anymore. It's
Same.
it's getting
That's all I
pretty.
have.
I still have my old computer. I just haven't turned it on in years. Yeah, I miss playing World of Warcraft.
Yep.
And yeah, gotta do some D&D figuring out. Nathaniel's so cute. He sent me a message. Oh no, you told me. Did you tell me? Did you tell me, or he texted me, or he called me
Yeah,
and was giving me
he did.
suggestions? Huh?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. He text me?
I don't remember. I just remember he told me that he talked to you.
Which I just thought it was so sweet. He's so sweet. I miss him so much. All right. Thinks I'd be a great DM. Leanna, the way you flatter me. Shell thinks I don't need
She
any
doesn't.
help in that
She doesn't
department.
need it. She'll flatter herself.
I'm confident in the things that I'm good at. There's a lot of things I'm not as confident in. All right, with that said, we should probably read and do some actual, um, you know, I got to get
Sprinting
back
in
into,
these sprints.
yeah, sprinting these sprints. I got to get back into the thick of things. I got to get back into the thick of things with this. Oh, I'm so close, Shell.
You are.
It's pretty wild. All right, should we just go to the top of the hour?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Leanna, what are you going to be reading? It's not. Jean wants to know how my D&D is going. It's not.
It's not.
It's not. I'm telling you, been I have been rather depressed the last 2 months, and a lot of it is because of my health issues. And
And the
so
other half.
hormone issues and maybe hemochromatosis. maybe
Or
hemolytic anemia.
cancer. Or
I
brain
know.
tumor.
No, I didn't say those things. Those things don't make sense with my my blood test. Shell, what are you talking about?
Wasn't that your theory last time though?
Cancer. I want them to go into my stomach and make sure there isn't any. Oh, seriously, you made up all your bookish games and advent calendar. You'll be great. Thank you. Hey, Leanna, validation for some of your thoughts. Shell was like, is this series YA? And I was like, no, it's not. All right. Okay, let's get to reading. Good luck, everyone. Hope it goes well. We'll see you at the top of the hour. All right. Welcome back. How'd it go?
Made it to 54%.
How's it going?
It was good. Nathaniel came home, so he wanted to tell me about his day.
How's he doing?
He's doing fine.
Is he working full time or is he
Part
part
time.
time? Is he going to school?
Yeah, he's at the answer.
Liking any of his classes?
Yes and no. He likes his classes, sort of. He doesn't like going to them.
Hmm. I resemble that remark back when I was right out of high school.
Yeah.
Hmm. Is he passing them?
Some of them.
Hmm. Are there any that he's really interested in?
Yeah, there has been. It's just that I don't know, he doesn't like school. He never has. So even the classes he likes, he doesn't really, he's thinking of dropping out.
Is he? And then just working
Yeah,
full time?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to get him to commit to a plan.
Hmm. Some kind of plan?
Yeah, I understand that school's not for everybody. And I'm not going to try to teach him that that's the only way he can succeed in life, but I want him to have a plan.
Hmm.
So we'll see.
Yeah, good. So Jean says, when is the foundry discussion? Good question, Jean. Good question. We have been struggling this month a lot with our schedules being very different. So we're still trying to figure out, like, we come up with a day and then one of us can't do that day. So we're going to figure it out, but I don't know the date yet. So I got to contact Danielle and Paige and see if we can come to some some solution. Because yeah, it's just been a conflict with schedules this month. Switched over to Ramona Forever by Cleary. I don't know if I read any of the Ramona books by Beverly Cleary. Rereading childhood favorites are tricky. So far, the Ramona Quimby series isn't holding up the way a series of unfortunate events has. That's a bummer. Did you did you read that series?
I've read a series of unfortunate events, but not Ramona Quimby.
Cho was too busy reading adult books when she was a kid.
I was. I read a series of unfortunate events as an adult.
Did you like it?
No,
No.
I didn't hate it, but Nathaniel definitely loved them more than
Oh,
I did.
really?
We when we first moved and had to commute all the time, that was
Mm-hmm.
one of the first
Mm.
series we listened to together, and he loved it way more than I did. I do like the show with Neil Patrick Harris and the movie, but the show even better.
How come you didn't love the books?
They're just depressing. Like, I don't know. I think maybe as a kid it's entertaining, but as an
Mhm.
adult, just thinking of what these poor kids are going through is actually kind of heartbreaking.
You're like, no, poor.
I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm like, just let them be happy.
I know. It's a that's true for so many, like especially older YA or children's fantasy stories. It's like you it puts so much pressure on kids' shoulders and made them in charge of everything. And yeah. And Jean said, "Going to bed, guys. Good night,
Good
Jean.
night.
Thanks for joining." Leanna says, "I felt the same way when I reread the Ramona series." some things just don't hold up, especially depending on when they were written. Some things just don't hold up. And times are really different for kids nowadays, too, especially with technology and the access a lot of kids have to information nowadays as well. Yeah, it's tough. Different, very different experience. But um, yeah, no, I'm at a good point. I made it. I didn't make it to the next stopping point, but I definitely am very close. I have like one chapter, and it's a really short chapter. It's only like 2 pages. I'm at the next stopping point, and then I think that like I'm right here. So I'm just at the end.
You're
And
close.
big things are happening. Some,
A lot of big things.
yeah, yeah. And it's very interesting. I do think that the magic system in this, the whole scribings and stuff like that, I think that's very interesting. And like the tie that it has to science. I know that like Leanna was mentioning she would like more detail of that information, but I'm finding it to be a very interesting magic system. And they're using it really cleverly. Like he's using it very cleverly in this book, which I feel like sometimes you get fantasy series where either sometimes the magic system doesn't make that much sense or it just doesn't play out as well, or sometimes they have a magic system but it's not as in depth, or they it just doesn't weigh on the story as much as you'd like it to. But like this has very heavy um like the magic system is super involved in this, and it the whole story is dependent on it, which I think that's cool.
Huh.
What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking that Brandon Sanderson had a book that had something to do with marked symbols as the magic system.
Was it Atlantis?
No, it was a short story that me and your mom read. It was just a random thought. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No, random thoughts are good because then it like makes me think. Um, yeah, I don't know. I just think that's interesting. I think that's interesting for reading fantasy novels because sometimes I feel like they flesh out the magic system really well. They give you a lot of information. It's understandable, but it also has like it plays a good part in the story. And then sometimes I feel like they kind of just added it in there to make sure it's a fantasy, but it doesn't really have much implications to the story. So this one, if you're looking for a good magic system, I think this Foundry Side series is one that has a very interesting magic system. Oh, she said that I read Ramona in the 80s. I thought she, like, when I first read that, I thought it said I read romance in the 80s. And I was like, no, I think I waited till the 90s to start reading romance. The Ramona books are depressing now, too, because the father with his clerk job at a grocery store made enough money to have a house, a car, and support a wife and his 2 kids. Oh,
Oh,
Chelle and I have this conversation a lot because we were born at the exact wrong time of history, or
yep.
the right time to hit all the worst points of our recent history financially and for setting up our livelihoods as adults and stuff.
Yep.
You know that the last time
Yep. Yes.
I planned on having a career was when I became a biologist at the beginning of the last time that certain president was elected and all the jobs went away, and now I'm becoming a teacher at the wrong time when all the jobs are just not
Yeah,
there.
as the Department of Education goes down.
Yeah, I have really bad timing. I have horrible, horrible timing. I just,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So, yeah, interesting. But, um, Yeah, I keep trying. Oh, I found out so that I applied for a job. Applied for a job here at the tribe, and I'm the problem is they can't. The people who are supposed to give me an interview are so overworked right now because they're short of staff that they can't find time to give me an appointment at the moment or an interview. So I'm just waiting on that. But I applied for a leave replacement in the school district that I'm in, and I found out my friend was talking to the girl who actually got the job, and she said that 50 people applied for this leave replacement job, and they only interviewed 4 of them, and they already kind of knew it was going to be her. And so, like, oh, this, oh, that makes my chances, especially because we're having budget cuts this next year, and a lot of teachers are going to get, or a lot of people are going to get, there are going to be a lot of people getting furloughed. Is that the right word? No, not furloughed, but
Yeah.
moved around, and some people will not have jobs next year. But they'll be the ones who get the priority positions if jobs open up, which means my chances within the school district that I want to be in are. It's really depressing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, 50 people applied. That's the glut. We have a glut of teachers in our district, big time. It's a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is what I do. I've picked careers that are at the wrong times. They're just okay. What is
I
life
think it's
interesting?
always hard to be a teacher. I don't think there's a right time, technically.
No, it's hard. It's a hard job. Um, but I want to do it. I love doing it. Just give me a class. I would be really good at it.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of states that are hurting for teachers right now. You just don't want to work in those states.
Yep. I started my so like when I was going to UT in Texas, I started the teaching program there. I didn't finish it because I got really interested in I only took a couple classes, teaching classes there, but I got really interested in research. And I was going like, I'm gonna go research. And I was like thinking like, oh, imagine if I was still in Texas and got my teaching credentials there. Things are changing rapidly over there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. They always need subs, and I'm a great sub. It's just I get paid half of what I would get paid as a regular teacher, that's a big difference. It's actually less than half of what I get paid as a regular teacher. Makes it hard, like, you know, it just makes it hard to like be able to pay off all the things I need to pay off and then save and plan anything else that I'd like to do. It's fine. It's totally doable, but it's just disappointing. Max says my state never has enough teachers. Yeah, there are a lot of them out there. Even in Washington, if I wanted to go like Eastern Washington or something like that, there's probably jobs out there, but I like where I live. I love where I live. That's the problem. I really like it here. So, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, I was thinking, should we do another 30-minute sprint and then like chat for a couple more minutes and then that's it? 'Cause I'm getting kind of tired.
Okay.
Does that sound all right to you?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, so we'll go to 45
Okie
because I'm even
dokie.
having a hard time chatting at this point. My head's starting to get lower and lower, which is never a good sign.
That's fair. But you're so
Right.
close. You're so
I
close
know.
to being
I'm not going
done.
to be able to get it done tonight. No. I'm not gonna be able to get done, but I'm
I had hope
close.
for you.
Thank you. All right, 30 minutes, everyone. Let's get our final push in and hope that Amy doesn't fall asleep. Good luck.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
I am very sleepy. How'd it go the last bit?
76%. I'm almost there.
Gosh, you're quick.
I have to say that this book invokes a rage.
But is that a good thing?
Yes, in a sense, it's surprising how much you can see of today in America
Mm-hmm.
in Animal Farm,
Mm-hmm.
and it definitely evokes feeling.
Yep.
I definitely love the misinformation and the ah, yeah.
We're
Oh,
in chapter 20. Good job. I am almost at the end. Look at that. Look at how little I
you
have.
are so close.
I am so close, but I cannot stay awake any longer. I was like at the very
Oh,
um we are at the big push. Yep, almost there.
there
Chelle's
you
almost there
go.
with her possible 5-star classic.
We'll
And
see.
I'm almost there with Foundry Side. Woohoo! Well, I'm not going to be able to stay awake any longer. So I think this is going to have to be it for the night. But I want to thank you, Chelle, for coming and joining me.
Thank you for having me.
It was so much fun. And it was great to spend time with you and then get a chance to spend time with everybody else and have some fun conversations, especially about your 5-star prediction classics and bloodletting.
Always fun.
Yeah. And I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, Chelle. We'll see you later. Oh, good night. Good night. Thanks for this. Yeah, thank you for joining us for Sprint. We did some pretty good readings tonight. Yeah. All right. Everyone have a great night.
Good night.